What's up, nerds? You should smite me. Why? Hmm. Yeah. Well, lost 75 finally. So fall into the 50-70 saddle. Did you move the market? Maybe I just returned when the market was going to move. You ever think about that? You guys ever think that I'm just like a normal person? Just a normal guy going about my day? No. Sometimes I wish I was. I feel like it'd be cool. Unsub. Okay, there's no way juggalos are normal. You should charge double for GÄMMÄSTRYK and stream once a week. Hmm. But I like streaming every day. Otherwise, I'd just be sitting in front of my computer by myself. I mean, I'm still fucking by myself, but less. Oh my god, is Bob a juggalo? The only people who ever bring up juggalos are other juggalos. Woot woot, Bob. I don't know what it is. Is it whoop or woot? He goes to IPC concerts to hit on juggalettes. I think he just goes there to sell people weed. I think Bob's like one of those guys who like owns a dispensary, but then like he got way too deep into the Tea Party and never like caught up on the mainstream part of it. So he just buys a lot of paper towels and ammunition. Are you nailing Palin, Bob? That was a show? I like to think of Bob as a real life version of Charlie from Always Sunny. No. He's more like Danny DeVito. We're just doing crazy shit, pulling out guns. While also doing all the Charlie stuff. Yeah. If we're all juggalos, we'll never be angry about politics. Like everyone? But then you have to listen to ICP, which is terrible. I didn't need the background on Woot. I believe that, Danimal. Wait, it's not showing 0DT? Yeah, it is. What are you on about? Go back? What? Scale out. Oh, I see. We gotta find out what's doing that. Is that like a data issue? Are we getting like bad trades? What the fuck is going on? Hold on. No? Can I know? Could be two reasons. DM. Yeah, I would have said not found due to an exception in the calc, except it resolves. So I think it's the former. Curve looks pretty normal. I mean, I can manually find the DF, GF. Sort of. I mean, not precisely, but within a margin of error. Thank you. I have allergies. Trump's been trying to fire JPOW since before he was elected. Some 210C for Apple earnings. It tends to rise into earnings. That's because vol picks up. No, I don't. I don't think. Are we going to bounce here in a meaningful way? We could. Go, yeah, bounce before retesting the support. You have to see if we get like a lower high and then rejected and then retest 5250. Because if bears keep piling into the downside, then we'll just keep going down. There's definitely a decent number of puts under spot. They bought some calls at 60 right there. Those went in the money, but puts to the upside, puts at 65, 60, 50, 45 to the downside. How risky is it to buy short-dated municipal bonds if I don't know what I'm doing? Are they, what are they rated? I mean, some are callable. You have to watch out for that. S SP1 is it SP1 or SP1 plus is usually considered pretty safe. It's usually used, yeah, on the short term ones. But you do want to be careful of like interest rate risk and call risk, because some muni bonds are callable, so they can be redeemed, and that could lead to a loss potentially. But it's also a bit less liquid than the corporate bond market, so they're usually pretty hard to trade. What I'm looking at is call protected. Is it insured? Some of them are insured also. I mean, they're generally considered safe, but they're not without any risk. Neither are treasuries. There's risk in those too, but I straddled a week out. It ended it yesterday. Both sides are losers for now. Yeah, no problem, man. I buy them. They're I mean, usually if they're within your state, they're exempt from federal income tax, and they're usually exempt from like state and local tax also. So they can be a good way to get a tax-free yield. Just in, Google judge finds that Google holds a legal monopoly in online advertising technology. Ouch. Is that the ruling? They're gonna appeal that shit right away. This is fantastic. They're gonna break up Google? Mm. I mean, it's only down 1%. That's not like anybody gives a shit. Where would actually this bounce to top out? Maybe here at like 75 or 80. Hmm. Some puts closed, just some profit taking on a few calls there. Some 80 calls and 90 calls that are bought, but also 85 and 90 puts. Hmm. That's interesting. On the delta side, this is like... Huh. No one has to comply with judge rulings, though. It's true. Yeah. What do you expect for next week with OPEX? Higher chance of running up, especially with recent dumps. No, I don't think so. I mean, who the fuck knows what's going to get said by Trump over the next 3 days while the market's closed, but I don't think there's a greater chance of moving up. Can you turn up your audio? It's already as loud as it gets. You have to turn up your audio. All right. I need to learn better knots for the wrists and ankles. I'm not used to having to lock my door. Futures and forex traders talk about fair value gaps. I know all about them. Are they real indicators of price direction? Not at all. But the futures market does like to fill gaps. It just doesn't always fill them. I'm not babysitting. My sister is not watching her kid, but I'm not babysitting. Did you forget to text Trump and remind him about your end of week prediction? Yes, I did. Is GME going to lose its current support once OPEX closes today? I have no fucking clue. Is a lot of the positioning on GME for like today's expiration? What the fuck is that? A lot of the upside positioning looks like it falls off today. Like 45,000, 85,000 calls on the upside fall off. So, yeah, Delta's coming down on it. I would say it's losing more shit out of the money. I don't know what sold calls look like at 25. It seems like there's plenty of calls at 25 that are further dated. Much less at 27, 28. Also, it's a big expiry for 30 as well. But yeah, it looks like 25 is fine. I'd be more worried about the puts falling off than the calls. Someone asked me? I don't know. I did say it would go up on Sunday, so. I have a lot of cash and I don't want to sit on sidelines the whole time. I have nice chunks in VIX and SPX inverse ETFs. Any other recommendations on non-options places to sit money? Utility sector and consumer staples are usually fairly well protected, although I would be careful with exposure to tariffs. But there are, less volatile sectors that could be an okay place to speculate. Or there's, we were just talking about muni bonds a minute ago. So municipal bonds, corporate bonds, treasuries, money markets. I'm profitable and I don't want to overtrade. My solo cash is coming at me like the cartoon smell lines from a pie and a windowsill. The current range is really choppy. If that helps. Will you just yell bear at a great entry? Probably not. Let's use the daycare that he owns as his office to write off the Bloomberg terminal he installed. It's a valid business expense for a daycare. No, my family's over. It's Easter weekend. AQN's doing pretty good today. A baby running around? That's just poopy. No. How do you fit more than 2 people in your apartment uncomfortably? I have 3 rooms, but yeah, it's not ideal. AQN's a fucking stock. I know. That are GICs and money market funds. That's valid. If we hit SPX 4100 end of month, would you consider dressing up for one stream in a full body bear suit? Maybe. Do I have to rent it? I don't want to get bed bugs. You know what? No. No, I wouldn't. What's your average share price? For what? Google, antitrust. Yeah, I know. We already talked about it. I mean, congrats on yours, but I don't. I really don't. Tankerific. Fixie? That's yen exposure. And that's way more speculative than keeping your cash safe. AQN? I don't know. It's like $4, but I still have it on drip, so it's probably changed. Did the rental company landlord increase the buyout offer for you to leave the apartment? No. Unfortunately, they did not. But I'm probably going to sublet it. Because I want to move. I'm, like, tired of this place. My AQN shares have a lifetime gain of $7.44. But Cat Lady? What about her? Do you think BTU can drop again closer to 11? I wanted to get in at 1050, but my cash just settled today. I don't know. Depends on tariff news and stuff. It could, potentially. I guess it depends on what news comes first, like bullish news for the coal industry or more tariff shit. Although I will warn you that if more bullish news comes for the coal industry first, it could really start to push out some of the short positioning on it. They're trading at like 0.4 like price to book, which is ridiculous. And they still have solid cash flows and like a fairly low payout ratio on their dividend, which can also grow pretty substantially over time. Yeah, Gen's a mod now. That's the shit I like to hear. BTU gang. nuke playing the coal market. Fucking options. I hope it does. I hope it rockets for you. I mean, technically NQ already crashed. It feels like Great Depression era investing. Yeah, it really does. I don't want to buy much. What about my cemetery? Can't hop on it. Yeah, it tips at 1 o'clock. Well, there's a Fed speaker in a few minutes. What do you think happened to the 510 gang? Did the flip stop working? No, it looks like they reloaded. There is like an issue with like the compute or something. We gotta figure it out. It's like a weird bug. It pops up every once in a while. Seems to be lately with like larger volume, but not sure. Flips are not working in the prod version. They're not working. Oh shit. Huh. What the fuck? But they're working here. We'll take a look at it this weekend. We could dress it a few lines up. Huh. The current theory on flips today is the AM expiration. No, it's not. He's just making shit up. UVIX? Yeah, I mean that's long vol. Says VXX or you know, whatever the fuck you want. Just VIX. I mean, like, how poor are you that VIX is too much? Is UVIX like a lot cheaper? Ooh, bounce. Is there news? IMF's managing director was really nice. Who the Philadelphia Fed named Anna Paulson the new bank president. Who the fuck is Anna Paulson? Hmm. Executive Vice President, Director of Research at the Federal Bank of Chicago. Hmm. Interesting. All right. God damn this fucking stupid line. Even this is like a couple of candles behind. This one's just not fucking updating at all. Weird. The value up? No. What the fuck is that? Bullish? It's not. I told you it was peasant version, deluxe version, but mine was behind too, and then it just caught up. I think it's something that's like getting hung up in the computing. Like a bug. Will Bull use any news to push up at this point? I mean, probably. We got some resistance at 5,300 here, and then maybe some at like 5,310 too. Decent amount of bot calls coming in after the IMF director's speech. Russian Foreign Ministry. Russia protests to Japan over drills near Russian border. Hmm. And the IMF was pretty bullish. Said real economies are functioning, labor markets are quite strong. We recognize that there is a significant change in economic conditions. We expect to see policy pivots in other areas, including tax. Negative perceptions can affect the economy. It's good to see elements of U.S. pro-growth agenda moving forward. Asked about rising tensions between U.S. and China and responded both parties have grievances. We see a global slowdown and need to reduce uncertainty so businesses can plan. And trade tensions will force nations to focus more on regional trade. Also, Doge is apparently going after clean energy, which puts the Exxon and Occidental projects at risk, per the Wall Street Journal. Italy's economic minister is meeting with Basant at the G20 summit on Tuesday. Hmm. If I were to put on my tinfoil hat, hmm. Hold on. I'm trying to think if the pieces fit. So, what if the tariffs are intended to break up the EU? Shut the fuck up, Bob. For Russia? Yeah, Russia's a beneficiary, obviously. But the US would be too. Hmm. China tariffs don't make sense, though. If you could crash the dollar, you could blow up the euro dollar, which would drive Europe into a pretty deep recession. And then you could pick Europe apart piece by piece by offering them trade deals and fractionalize the governments against, or factionalize the governments against each other. Hmm. Probably of data issue is the flip point is further away from spot than we're checking. Oh, okay. No, the pod, it's really, really hard to unwind. No, it's not. I mean, a little bit, but not that hard. I think I'm more worried that it's not intentional, but that could be part of the outcome. No, nobody cared about using it as a negotiation tool. It's not a negotiation tool. Trump's been going on about tariffs for 30 years. It's stupid. It's not being used to negotiate. Show me one productive trade deal that's come out of his, quote, negotiations. A Hyundai factory that's been, filed for the last 10 years. The only countries that are going to kowtow to that are ones whose economy is entirely dependent on the United States. Everyone else will tell the United States to go fuck itself because they don't care. They'll just make deals with each other. That's what happens when tariffs are instituted. It's happened every time. Every time anyone's ever tried to do it. We got Canada to agree to border security that they'd already agreed to. Yeah, to stop the flow of that one like 50 bag of fentanyl coming through the border every year. He may get too far ahead of himself. The recent I want 70 little countries to block all trade with China. Don't let them move product through your countries. It's 50 pounds of fat a year, but it's like nothing compared to the amount of fentanyl actually flowing into the country. If he'd focused on China, he would have had the backing of every country on the planet. Yeah, we want USA made fentanyl. We want to prescribe it to people. That shit was a gold mine. Is today for the Bulls? No. I don't know. We retested via VWAP on ES. Looks like we're rejecting right now. Today's probably just going to be pretty fucking boring. We got the 50 test, which is all that I really wanted. Okay. Kind of don't give a shit what happens at this point. Hmm. If Trump fucks that up, everybody's just gonna pile into the fucking into EU bonds. No, he's not that smart. I have to think about this more. People are now painting potatoes for Easter. Eggs aren't even that expensive. It's like 2 dozen for $8. How many fucking colored eggs do you need? EU bonds are not liquid enough. I don't know, German bonds, and there's UK too, not just EU. And Japan. And China. Ooh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, we all have $8 we haven't lost yet. I saw that. What's your favorite European country? Ooh. People or food? People, Norway. Food, Italy. I don't care about the scenery. Absolutely not. Don't care for Italians? No, they're awful. I'm related to a bunch of them. It's the worst. You really don't appreciate the natural beauty of the world? Not at all. What? Unsubbed? Which was the part that got you? I don't live in a dystopian hellhole. Or are you just referring to America overall? Because you do too. I'm Italian, so am I. What's your fucking point? How? Back to 75? That makes sense. Wonder if Nvidia will get under 100 today. Kind of hope it does. JK, I can't quit being here. It's an addiction nobody understands. Actually, I think everybody understands it very uniquely. Nice, Squamsk. What was the pump about? Got a little leverage at 80 and pushed to the upside. I don't think it was really the news. I mean, maybe the IMF report, but I can quit when I want, man. I don't have a problem. Probably my resume for regional Fed president role seems cushy, and I'm as unqualified as everyone else on those boards. Do you think 3-year member of Pickle Financial YouTube group helps? Yeah, absolutely. If they call me, I'll give you a glowing recommendation. If they ask me the one quality about you that makes you most qualified to be a sitting president on the Fed board, I'll simply answer, he fucking hates poor people. And boom, you'll get the job right away. Ah, the Warden days. I don't want to sell Fenty. I'm just gonna sell smuggled iPhones for $1,200 instead of buying a new one for 15. You guys need to be more entrepreneurial. There's a ton of business opportunities with these tariffs. Piracy, smuggling. Sneaking American whiskey into Canada. Sorry, that was my Italian side. Trade for maple syrup. Exactly. Yeah. And your customers are right over the border. You can just stop at every New England bed and breakfast, which is almost every house in New England, and sell them the maple syrup for their couples brunch. Tips bullish? It's at 1 o'clock. Probably not. I'd imagine inflation expectations have risen. Yeah, I saw the news about Russia logging in with Doge credentials. And then the Pentagon IT team also mass quitting. Why do you think we had a 10 terabyte leak of Russian data yesterday? Which has been strangely not reported a lot. Although it's going to take time to sort through all the data. It's data from the Kremlin, not from Trump. Trump's in it, but that'll have to be vetted and verified and cross-referenced before any news agency, reputable news agency, would ever dare report on it. Anonymous doesn't like exist anymore. The CVE program defunding is a massive hit to security. It's not just a massive hit. It's probably would probably destroy the infrastructure of our entire country given enough time. I said it yesterday. Remember the Panama Papers? Me either. But you didn't see the Panama Papers? Those were I mean, like I know they killed the one journalist, but like eventually they filtered out to the public. They claimed it, or someone claimed it on their behalf. Yeah, it is. It is unverified, but they will verify it. They will vet it. They will cross check it and look up corroborating evidence. It just takes a lot of time, so we probably won't hear about it for a while. But it's out there. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, there were distinct biomarkers in the atmosphere that have. We still don't know though, because there is a abiotic disulfide. Right? Was it disulfide? So it could just be like a big ball of fucking magma, but it might have life. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, that would still be life. Small gap, 52.93. Also gap, 52.89. Which I think this is filling. What's your favorite dinosaur? Stegosaurus. Still thinking you could nail the weekly prediction? No, I don't think we picked up enough volatility. Maybe it'll hit by Monday, but I think having the extra day off probably fucked it. It's a weird way to pronounce Triceratops. No, no, I pronounced Stegosaurus correctly. Yeah, it's very likely infected with something. Yeah, don't try to open them. This is a lot of micro volatility. The Hertz play was ridiculously far out of the money leaps with a downside hedge. Well, by ridiculously far out of the money, I meant 750. But, at the time it was ridiculously far out of the money. They're gonna get the JPM puts or not. I don't know. Probably just close out them. Does Gamma Max apply much to Hertz? Sure. Boring. What a lame day. I liked this morning. I went short to open. Worked out pretty well. Yeah. I went short it open and never took profits. Too early for end of day predictions. Yeah. We still haven't. We still have a tips auction at 1 o'clock. I think we have a. Yeah, we have a Fed speaker in 5 minutes. We got the mortgage rates for last week or this week.
Put their pickle in my jar. Get your puts ready.
Stilosaurus, what's up, dude? Get your puts ready. Crash after OPEX. I don't have one call right now, but I will for my mandatory straddle end of day. Have fun today. Don't blow up. Thanks, Castellosaurus. That isn't a very big OPEX. Was Barr usually in line with Powell? Yeah, usually. Wait, hold on. Did they do the tips auction at 11:30? What the fuck? Why'd they move it up? Damn, demand was really high. Hmm. A lot of people betting on inflation. I mean, they only sold 25 billion, but still. It was about 1.68 before the auction, and the auction came in at 1.702. So not definitely a bump. Ooh, Italian economic minister Giorgetti. Tax policy, including domestic digital levies, is a matter to be discussed with the U.S. at a bilateral, not EU level. Hmm. Trump's live. For noon, supposedly. %28%? Why is it so difficult for people to like the stream? Isn't this just like standard protocol for watching shit on YouTube? I shouldn't need to say it. That's it. No GÄMMÄSTRYK for anybody on Monday. We're watching the WeBull charts. DF and GF are broke. I know. We're gonna fix them. I told you to just stay muted until we hit 50% likes. But I have an urge to constantly run my mouth. I don't care if you guys subscribe. Threats are meaningless. I have GS in perpetuity. Nice try, me too. How bad would it be if Trump attempts to fire JP? Bad. Bad. Fucking with the independence of the Fed would be... That'd be an event. It would definitely shake confidence in U.S. markets. That's why he hasn't tried yet. It's not because the law is stopping him. Kind of makes you wonder, why don't people do the simplest, easiest thing they can do to support the channel? Because they want individual attention and they don't want the community to get any bigger, because then they feel like they'd be losing their alpha. Selfish. No, I don't. Thanks, Liquid Vehicle. My old foreman showed me Pi-Fi. YouTube won't lead you to this winner. Only fate will. That's because I'm shadow banned. There was 1 month during like one of GME's earnings where I had the most disliked stream for a single day. I was pretty proud. I also got reported for terrorism. For not saying MOASS. I think it was the day where I went into the big rant that MOASS wasn't real and that everybody on Superstock was an idiot. It might have been the earnings where he fired the CFO and then just didn't do earnings. Sorry about that. I was going through a phase. I mean, if I got sent to El Salvador, I would just buy a gold card and come back. GME slander is un-American. Cheers, everyone. Made 15 Canadian dollars yesterday just trading the mustard line. The mustard line's not real. Why would I have all my money in my own name? I'm not a retard. Didn't you see the executive order that opened up shell corporations? They're anonymous again. Ken Griffin paid you to promote options on GME. Don't lie to us. I wish he did. Fuck. That would have been worth it then. I love this ongoing mustard line bullshit. I don't. But I think Nuke does, and that's why it's not gone yet. Do you want more people here? Well, I'm wondering if like I can bring in more people and just drown out Poopy Pants. He can only argue with so many people at one time. And yes, I know I could mute or ban him, but that's not fun. But Gork, the dollar is strong and beautiful. You're a good sport. No, I'm not. But thank you. The more people you bring in, the more bobs you'll get. Yeah, but then I can just like divert the bobs into their own channel. And they can just talk about prepper shit all day. Bob was clearly educated in Florida. I like Poopy. No one needs an echo chamber, and he adds to the entertainment. It depends. It's not really the kind of entertainment this place is about, to be fair. What did you do with your Oxy? I sold $50 calls on it for next January. Back when it was at like $60. They're still there. Maybe we should be required to hold any political discussion in Pig Latin. Ooh. Bob and Poopy are never typing at the same time. Do you think like Bob is Poopy's alt account or Poopy is Bob's alt account? Deep down, I know he's a snuggly guy. He is. Yeah. I mean, he's been here for 4 years. We all know him. Like, we all know him better than his own fucking family at this point, given how much time he spends on the fucking Discord. He's only been a problem for the last 3 months. His opinions are incredibly predictable. They are, unfortunately. What's worse yet is they're not actually his opinions. Maybe the part that Poopy doesn't know is that if he gets banned on the Discord, I can ban him on GÄMMÄSTRYK also. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Leave Don out of this. Whatever happened to the separation of cult and money? That's not how cults work. Sounds authoritarian. I don't know what you're talking about. Ban me, I'll take Poopy's punishment. Timed out for wrong speak. Sounds like an enemy. If you don't fully support all actions of the pickle jar, you're against the pickle jar, right? Why are the desperate bounces? I don't think they're like desperate. They're just bounces. There's nowhere to go. We're just like rocking back and forth across this like 5290, 5295 line. Getting there is down 500 on the futures YOLO account from logging the top. Only negative 60 more to go till I'm break even. Nice. I should get some fucking news. ECB governors already see high probability of June cut. Basant cautioned White House officials on attempts to fire Fed's Powell. Don't do that shit, you fucking idiots. Oh god, Trump's gonna do it now. That's that Trump spends his entire speech talking about how bad Powell is and how Biden put him there. Now Basant and Powell will both get fired. Well, then we don't have to worry about authoritarianism because you can't have an authoritarian regime when you're broke. And then my incompetence play wins out. I'm here for Trump blaming Biden for nominating Jay Powell. I know Trump appointed Powell. Remember when Jay Powell said, I'm not going anywhere? What a Chad. Wait, where's my meme I made last night? Is it this one? Trump pump, but then it got stuffed. I've decided to run for president, but only face swapping myself into scenes of Gladiator. That's going to be my entire campaign. I'm not going to do any speeches. There's not going to be any events. I'm just going to release one GIF a week. U.S. mortgage rates surge by the most in a year as tariffs hit the market. Oh, there goes fucking Poopy's TLT long. Is Trump talking yet? Oh, yep. It's just another white noise outdoor stream. You know what? Actually, Nuke will love this shit. Nuke, you ready for 3 hours of white noise? Does that dude have a feather in his hat? See, this is why I can't live in Italy. It's macaroni. Is this for the Italian Prime Minister? Yeah. What are they doing? Peeking in the windows? Or are they going inside? Do they have like a different door? Nice carport. If the bald eagle shits on Trump, can we hit 6K today? Do you get automatically... There should be a clause in the Constitution that if you get shit on by a bald eagle as a public servant while addressing the public, you're immediately removed from office. This is the White House, Maeve. It's not classy. Does that guy get tired of holding the flag? Is it a guy today? Oh, it is. Probably. He looks like he's 15 years old. How do they get their faces so clean shaven? Wax? That's why he's standing in the shade of the flag. He doesn't want to get burned. Nair? I need information from an actual veteran. The Italian Prime Minister has straight up said they're a supporter of Mussolini. Aren't they a relative of Mussolini? Is there babies, Gherk? Straight out of high school, the 22% APR car loan for his Challenger. Hey, don't forget his girlfriend back home is getting railed by other dudes. Just like Walken's wife. Sigh. Lifetime of priority boarding on domestic flights awaits. Yeah, and subpar healthcare. Not proud. Oh, it's over. That was it, guys. Not proud, but I've been the guy that porked a military person's girlfriend. Sounds proud. Yeah. Thank you for your service, STD slot machine. Is porking back in fashion? Did it ever go out of fashion? That's it. I'm watching European Vacation tonight. Trump very confident on trade deal with European Union. Every economic minister in Europe, that guy's crazy. Does anybody find that that information kind of clashes? EU response: We're not confident in a trade deal. Trump also said China wants a deal. They want to call me. Yeah, the deal is eat shit and die. That's what Z's offering. China doesn't care. They're the entire global manufacturing base. You would rather make a deal with China? Yeah, that wouldn't be good. I can't wait to just have all of the products in my life be domestically manufactured in the US. Maybe I can finally have CRT monitors again. Where to if we break 5300? 5310? How much will they cost? Thousands of dollars. The big brick TV that was the pinnacle of the 90s? Yeah. One Sony, what the fuck was it called? The began with a T. Triton or something? No, not Bravia. Trinitron. That's it. Yeah, just a 52-inch, 3,000 pound Sony Trinitron. I got one right behind me with an NES hooked up. You don't need to wall mount it. You could build a house on top of it. Does anybody still make vacuum tubes? They use yttrium and europium, zinc sulfide, silver, and copper. Isn't everyone doing like a like a big protest on what, Friday or Saturday? Saturday? It's every weekend? Oh, okay. Thomas Electronics still makes CRT monitors. Why do you know that? I'm looking up US based manufacturers. They also make cathode ray tubes. Electromagnetic shielding components. Because everyone rushes in to buy the IPO and then it goes up and they're like, all solid here. I bought into WeBull at like 15. I sold at 75. It's not like I'm going to buy it back. Where do you suppose Hertz tops out? I have no idea. It's at resistance right now. Next one up's like 1150. It's usually like 10 to 15% above Gamma Max. I don't think they're publicly traded. It's founded in 1966. No, I don't think so. Oh, this is boring. Man, there are a lot of calls at 5,300. Big old fat synthetic long. Gex has returned. Nice. Or Gamma Flip has? Yeah. Oh, there we go. It came back. Yeah, it's not super weird at all. Although, it does seem to be in the right place. Mostly. There's bot calls out to 5,330 to the upside. Not a lot of them, but a few. I don't know if we're going to test the upside. What is the upside of it? The upside of the expected move is super far out of the money right now. Like 5,350? Hmm, maybe. Yeah, it's possible. We definitely didn't hit the downside expected move. We hit my downside expected move. But the MM's was like 5,200. Mm-mm. No, Trump's not done. Didn't do that. Do I go long if we break above the JPM puts? Maybe. A tiny bit above them here. Hmm. The gamma flip is still slightly higher. Why would we bring back lead paint? You could have bought it yesterday. Buying it today seems stupid. Rabobank, the EU is worried she might strike a side deal for zero tariffs on Italian goods. That would split the EU and open the door for others to follow. Hmm. Interesting. You called it. Just a little bit. Just all the extreme right wingers connecting worldwide. It's beautiful. Like a big kumbaya circle. What's up, Richie? How you been, man? Kind of struggling with the puts again. What a 53.10. With two downside gaps. We might get rejected. Hmm. I want to get stopped out of my call here. Can we push up? We're on top of like a big fat synthetic long here, so you'd think we'd be able to do some fucking work. Hmm. Probably need to get above 13 to push up. 12 or 13. Big old puts. I think bulls are still pushing up. I'm starting to buy more of the 53.15 call. I still have calls out to 30. Not much above 35 though. Gamma flip got delayed again. That was fucking annoying. I mean, there's still like 40,000 puts here at 53.10. It's not exactly an easy resistance to break. pulled back a little. We didn't lose support yet though. I have to fall under 5,300 for this to break down.
Garrison put their pickle in my jar. Hey, Gherkin.
Trump blocked his Israeli strike and Iran nuclear sites. When?
Question for you.
Hey Gert, happy Easter. Happy Easter, man. Hope you have a good time with the fam. Quick question for you. Is SPX 5118 test still a play for end of day? No, I don't think so. I think we have way too much stability here. I mean, I guess Trump could say something super fucked up, but something like, I want to fire Jerome Powell. Yeah, but now he's been told not to. He do be listening to people? No. He do not. That makes it more likely to fire him and Basant, actually, simultaneously. I don't know. He's speaking in like 26 minutes, right? I need to vacuum my office. Should I do that now? I got like 26 minutes. I could vacuum my office and get some lunch. But I have to manage my call. Don't you have a Roomba? No, my office Roomba needs like the little. He needs the little brush. His little brush wore out. but I still have the mop Roomba going, so it's just mopping the dirt around, and there's like little piles of like mud where the mopping Roomba has fucking, yeah, just wet and pushed dirt around. Take that, AI. Ew, carpets are disgusting. Have you ever seen a carpet get cleaned? Ugh. It's just like a big dirt sponge. People who live in carpeted houses are fairly equivalent to people who don't own bidets. They didn't carpet their houses, they made rugs, and I'm not Persian. Not even a little bit. Why is there a swarm of fireflies behind you? Oh, you know what? I think that's like, I think that might just be the lighting. Can I turn this up? Well, that did not fucking help at all. Hold on. There we go. Hmm. It's an interesting drop. No, there is support here. Oh god, when we get back to like $10, $20 intraday ranges, the market's gonna be so fucking boring. Like this shit feels dull as fuck, and we just bounced $30. $35. Ugh, it's gonna take a lot of adjustment to get excited about $5 moves again. Hmm. Right? Where are the plus minus $300 swings? $5? You mean 5%? No. I was very clear. Yeah. VIX is still above 30. Futures looks kind of bearish. I wonder if that'll have better volume. It did like an inverse head and shoulders. We got a lower high. Well, kind of a lower high. Ooh, if that fails, that's nasty. Look how far we've come as a country that we now have the 420 holiday observed tomorrow. Hope you have a great long weekend. You too, dude. If you go to see any two fighters fight against each other in their prime, who would you want to watch? Mike Tyson versus Brock Lesnar. Tyson versus Ali. I don't think that'd be a very good fight. No, just fight. I'm so glad you suppressed your urge to say Jake Paul. Actually, I would love to see Mike Tyson in his prime fight Jake Paul at any age. That'd be fun to watch. I know. Ooh, we lost 5,300 again. Neato. Hmm. Close that synth long? They're not going to close it, but falling to the downside of it's nasty. It's quite a large synthetic long, so I feel like bulls being unable to hold that level is pretty fucking bad. Yeah, there's going to be a press conference soon, I think. Psych! Valid. Do you even call them press conferences anymore? It's the official term. Do you think Trump is planning to resurrect the market on Monday in keeping with Christian mythology? It's too hard of a narrative to sell. Do you know if there's any macaroni and cheese in the pantry? I have some in my freezer. I have like a smoked mac and cheese and then a hatch chili mac and cheese. You told me not to touch the freezers. I mean, yeah, don't. It's not frostbitten. Rude. They're not Stofers. They're like some way too expensive brand from Whole Foods. They're called Beechers. Beechers mac and cheese. What's the topic for this presser? He just met with the Italian Prime Minister. He's trying to subvert the European Union. $100. Trump says Julius Caesar in the presser. No, no auction. It already happened. Or to be honest, I don't think Olive Garden sells a single DOP product. That's what's funny about it. Department of Pasta? No. It says at the bottom of the screen. Are you shadow banned because you don't indulge in the garbage stream cards 99% of YouTube uses? E.g., I'm ending the stream, or I've never seen Vol this bad with the shocked face. Yeah. No, it's because like fucking Redditors reported the channel like 5 million times, and I've never done anything to fix it. Big text that says sell now. So this is someone who likes the stream every day, but fixing the shadow ban might do more than us liking the stream. It falls off at some point. Just takes a couple years. What's the upside range here? If we can break out above 20, there's more calls at like 25, 30, 35, and then it all kind of falls off. Uh, is the future account doing good? I closed it out at 30k, but I rolled it into like some SPX puts that did pretty well. And then I haven't really touched it since. I was gonna throw it into, I don't know, treasuries. Maybe like money market. Just haven't really seen anything that I wanted to buy. Might do another one. Maybe I'll do NQ this time. Pax is below 10. I know. It's weird to me that they didn't struggle much with the collar. But now they're at 20. 0 DTE gamma greater than fucking 70 DTE delta. Mm. Alright, is Trump speaking yet? What the fuck is going on? Mm. Just fucking cameras outside the White House again. God, this shit is so boring. Alright. Hopefully I have time to grab something to eat. When we see these crashes, they seem very systematic. Is it that 0DT is slowly offloading the positions from the big boys? Like which? What do you mean? Which crashes? Like, are you talking like the whole thing, or? Henswick's not crazy high at 150. I mean, we didn't. We almost crashed. We came pretty close at the low, but they managed to turn it around. Like we almost fell to the point where MMs would start going long, like at the money Vana, but we're a little bit further off of that now. You don't like your markets thrashing at the whims of a man struggling with dementia? No, I actually love that part. That's made straddles really, really awesome. Don't have to work. But then everything got worse, so we pumped. Well, no, we pulled back tariffs for 90 days. That's why we pumped. 5280p cooked at this point? No, no, we could fall back down into the 80s or even back to 50, really. Um, I don't think it's going to happen until Trump has his moment in front of the press. So, probably not immediately or anytime soon. There's a big fat synthetic long at 5300 that bulls are going to try to protect. It's like 4,800 calls and 2,500 sold puts. I'm pretty sure he's on now. I don't think so. No. All the streams are just outside the White House. So the press isn't allowed. Like when the press is allowed inside, they'll switch over to the other camera. Otherwise, everyone's got up this same feed. What is this?
Save our country. Yeah, please.
Isn't this from the staff meeting?
No. No. Nobody can compete with us. Nobody. Oh, we're going to make a deal. We'll have a deal. I think we're going to make a very good deal with China. I think that you will see
Hmm.
make a very good deal with China. Well, I do like her very much. I think she's a great prime minister. I think she's doing a fantastic job in Italy. We're very proud of her. I knew her right from the beginning. I knew her as a very early prime minister, and I knew she had great talent. She's one of the real leaders of the world, and I'm very proud to be with her. I can't do better than that, right?
Okay, we can close the press conference.
We should end the press conference. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Prime Minister, how quickly can you raise your defense spending?
Oh, well, Italy is going to the next summit of the NATO announcing that they raised 2%, as was requested.
It'll go up.
Yesterday.
It'll go up.
And then Europe. As you know,
It's never enough.
Europe, as
It's
you know,
never.
Europe, as you know, is committed to do more. Is working on tools to allow.
I think that's as loud as I can get it.
Increasing the defense spending, and we are convinced that everyone has to do.
No, it's not old. I just don't know why CNBC 18 is always pre-recorded.
No, sorry, please repeat it.
The retaliatory tariffs that the European Commission passed and then suspended, are they still on the table if you cannot make a deal with President Trump?
I'm sure we can make a deal, and I'm here to help on that. I cannot deal in the name of the European Union. My goal would be invite President Trump to pay an official visit to Italy and understand if there's a possibility when he comes to organize also such a meeting with Europe.
Confident on trade deal with the European Union. We're gonna make a trade deal. We're moving along on trade very well. Everybody's on my priority list. No rush to announce trade deals. We'll have a deal with China. Maloney says we'll make a deal on tariffs. I'll invite Trump to Italy. So I think this is old. Yeah, this is the luncheon. So this is already absorbed. We don't need to watch this shit. We do need to watch this one because this is the actual presser. That was like the post-luncheon press meeting, which already got discussed, and it wasn't live streamed. Yeah, so Trump and Maloney Oval Office press meeting is in 8 minutes. Hmm. Oh. Yeah, the stream's not fucked. Everything's moving. Put's dead. As soon as the wife finds out, I'm dead. Not a very happy birthday. What puts do you have? Sorry, not all of us can be Poland missile guy. It's okay, Huckleberry. What do you think about buying one DTE inverse flies and condors overnight in a high vol environment like this? It's not bad, actually. Yeah, I don't have any problem with that at all. You have to manage them, but it can be pretty decent, especially if it's a trend day, which you get more frequently now. I don't know if those puts are dead. Yeah, they might not be. Bulls really shouldn't. I mean, here's the problem: bulls have a pretty good platform to push off of. If anything Trump says is bullish, so I would say if we really fail like under 290, then maybe the Bears will have a chance, but it's all going to be dependent on this meeting. Otherwise, we're just going to keep orbiting that synthetic long. It's fucking huge. It's bigger than anything else on the chain today. Like, well, within $150 from spot. You got chopped up today? Yeah. You gotta pay attention to the levels in an environment like this. You gotta be pretty ready to bail. And you have to make sure that you're targeting, like, actual support and resistances and not get faked out. You're out of the pit side of the strangle? I'm out of the strangle entirely. I gotta place a new one for tonight, but I called the 5250 support earlier. So I got out there. Well, put a stop and then got stopped out, but I'm not sure if I'd cut my calls at the high of the day, but they're gone. 10 bagger on my Hertz calls today. Fuck yeah, man. Stay classy, sir. You too, dude. That's awesome. Maybe someone should make a platform that shows resistance and support. I did that. Stop intraday trading if you're going to be going into a fucking meeting. You're just gambling. You're just addictive gambling at that point. Like, if you can't manage your positions, don't trade them. Can we all watch this Marine sway back and forth and place bets on if he's going to fall? He won't. Why is Hertz squeezing? Because Ackman bought like 20% of it. I have longer dated puts that I may have took some profit on at the test of 250. Are they like deep in the money or something? Yeah, Hertz car rental. Does he watch the stream? I don't know. They're not. That sounds a lot like an intraday position with Theta. And knowing you, Sahib, probably not a lot of Theta. Falling below this is bad. So like 90, 92, 93. If we lose this level, we can slip back down to 75, 70. I've got 2 weeks. Alright. That's not too bad. 3-day weekend, though. Are you gonna sell something against it over the weekend? If we don't close with it in the money? Are you thinking about that even? Should be. I was planning on taking profits today. Well, you might get another chance here in a minute if this keeps dropping. Trump's taking too long to get on camera. He's already 2 minutes late. Do you set a stop loss as you go in the money? Usually. Yeah, I move the stop tighter and tighter. Sometimes if I don't think it's like a major resistance, I'll loosen the stop so I can hold the option through volatility. It depends on the range of the move. Stop limit, not loss. Yeah, stop limits are important right now. You can't really set stops on days like today. Yes, you fucking can. You just have bad entries. What? I mean, if you're getting stopped out of your shit, it's bad entries. You might need to make wider stops. To account for the heightened volatility. Yeah, the gamma flip levels are still relevant. One's just slightly more smooth than the other, basically. It's the order in which the two data streams process the trades is different. They're not like way off from each other. They're just like a little bit off. The new one should be more accurate, though. I mean, I really don't think today's price action was that shit. Like, we had a lot of flat trading, but we've had some nice moves. We're just all juiced up on, like, $300 intraday moves right now. Both sets of flips show resistance in the price actions. The market participants use both. They're not neither one is incorrect. It's just that they're processed a little bit differently. They should both be generally within like the same range of strikes. Like this one's like 5310 versus 5300. Also, this one hasn't updated for a minute. Hold on. 5295, 5310. I think this one's more responsive. Guard moved? Nice. The macro has only gotten worse, while the market's gotten more stable. I don't know if the market's gotten all that much more stable. Realized volatility is still sky high. We dropped like fucking 300 points before bouncing back a little bit yesterday. That pump was 3 people going into the building. No, they had an interview during lunch, or after they finished their lunch. No, 1 minute ago? Oh, you're not talking about the bigger one. Chinese firm is helping Houthis target American warship. Financial Times. Spicy? That is spicy. Has to go down if people exit the building. The stock market, the S&P/X is just the number of people inside the White House at any given time. Hold on, let's see if the thesis is correct. 5 people left? Hold on. Ah, we're going out. Fake news. I feel like there's probably a lot of doors in the White House. Gotta wait for the people inside the White House ETF to rebalance. Why does this Marine look like he's made out of old wooden chair legs? There are currently greater than 100 or less than 100 people inside the White House right now. Express your view of the Pi-Fi event contract now. It's depressing watching $60,000 a year door holders that could be replaced by 1K worth of hardware. Is he making 60K? Have I told you lately that I love you? Maybe yesterday, I don't remember. But thank you. It's very nice. He's making more than that? You think so? 45,000 plus a 21% Dodge Charger lease. And there are multiple of them. That's true. There's another guy, like, right out of the frame holding a flag. He's earning that money. You know, the best part is he has no expenses. So it's kind of like making 120,000 a year. Do you have to pay taxes when you're in the military? Unless stationed overseas? That's bullshit. Is the White House a war zone? Those goofy shoes, definitely 60K. Insurance gets deducted. What the fuck? What insurance? The VA? Or like you pay like FICO? Taxes on salary, but not all bonus pay components like housing allowance, special duty assignment, cost of living adjustment, etc. Is that why is that why they try to get like married and have children as soon as feasibly possible? Staff Sergeant E6 with less than 2 years service, 31,3560 to 48,5640 per month, 37,000 to 58,000 per year. Create taxes to fund the military. Get the military to pay taxes. Infinite money glitch. I feel like you shouldn't have to pay taxes if you're getting... Well, I guess you don't have to pay taxes if you're getting shot at. But if you're an officer, don't you get, like, separate housing? You don't have to live with, like, the peons or the plebs? You get extra money for marriage kids? Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Don't forget that sweet 100% disability pay of 4.3K a month, tax-free for the rest of your life. But don't you have to get disabled? Like, you have to get, like, enough... You have to get, like, 100% disability. Yeah, no, I know. When I used to work in like the marijuana industry, all of our security guys were like disabled ex-military. All of them were fine. But they were all on disability. Probably for PTSD, though. I think only 2 of them saw. Well, that's not true. I think most of them saw combat. But we used to pay those guys like $500 a day. I feel like they're working on an LNG deal that would pipe through all of Italy's non-existent LNG pipes. Or just to get US LNG into the EU. What were your job duties in that industry? Mostly sales. I did logistics and sales. So I handled like a lot of our supply chain stuff, and then managed like our distribution out to like dispensaries and vendors. Glorified drug dealer, basically. Yeah. It didn't pay as good as being a drug dealer. But I also just didn't have to do fuck all day. Why do you hate Mary Jane? Working around people that are constantly fucking high was just the worst experience of my life. Also, I don't like doing it. It makes me feel weird. I knew somebody who started a business, and then they got like bought out by this Canadian marijuana company, and shit blew up way too fast for them to handle everything. You're speaking to me directly here because I'm in that space. There's a couple people in here, where I think. Because they got high. Yeah. Frequently. Not on. Well, the owner's not on weed. Just shitloads of cocaine. Which ultimately was not a positive for the business itself. No, but I knew him. So many lowlives in the industry. Yeah. There was a lot of like mishandling of funds and shit that went on, and so thankfully I was out of there by the time all of that started happening. But it was a fucking mess. It was a fun job for a little while. It was neat. I got to travel all around California constantly, which was initially kind of cool and then very boring. Sus. wasn't really in a position to embezzle anything, fortunately. That's when I was like learning to trade. I would just like fucking sit at my desk and like paper trade on my computer all day because I was bored out of my mind. Is it? Or are we just gonna fucking bounce again, but like less than the prior 3 times? If we lose 95, it does get bad, but so far we haven't done that really. The Chinese... Oh, shit. Jesus fucking Christ. I swear to God, all the media for this administration is so poorly handled. Blair Witch press conference. There's Basant there trying to keep Trump in line. Amazing. Can you guys not hear it? Well, at least you missed the ear-bleeding, ear-bleeding fucking noise there.
And as I know that
Better?
we share lots of things on tackling illegal migration, on fighting against synthetic drugs. You know,
Don't worry, all you missed was like 3 minutes of
that
constant
make a plan,
feedback.
Against fentanyl, for example. But we have been talking about many
Italian fentanyl?
bilateral topics and things that we can do together about defense, about economic, about economy, about space, about energy. Italy will have to increase its LNG imports. And also nuclear that we are trying to develop. I think we can
Mancini.
work together. And the Italian enterprises will invest as they've been doing
Antonelli.
for many years, as you know, in the next years. I think
Fucking market
around
loves
10
fentanyl.
billion. That shows how interconnected our economies are. And that's very important, Mr. President. It's not only about Italy, it's about the entire Europe. The exchange between us is a very big one. Investments that we are discussing in this week. But
What the
at the end
fuck?
of the day, look, somebody calls me, I was saying it before, such a Western nationalism. I don't know if it is the right word, but I know that when I speak about West, mainly I don't speak about a geographical space. I speak about a civilization. And I want to make that civilization stronger. So I think even if we have some problems, okay, between the two shores of the Atlantic, it is the time that we try to sit down and find solutions. So I want to thank President Trump for having accepted an invitation to pay an official visit to Rome in the near future, and consider the possibility in that occasion to meet also with Europe. The goal for me is to make the West great again. Okay, and I think we can do it together.
Okay.
We will keep on work on that. I'm going to close. I want to say only, I'm proud of sitting here as Prime Minister of an Italy that today has a very good situation despite the difficulties, a stable country, reliable country, 1 million more jobs in the last 2 years and a half.
Great.
Inflation is going down, so you forgive me if I promote a bit my country,
Yeah,
but
please.
you're a businessman and you understand me. So
I
migration
feel like this
flows
is
going
gonna
down
fail.
60%. So we are trying to do our best, but I think we can do it even better together. Also on Ukraine,
There's
our
some
close,
out of the money bot
together
calls,
we've
but
been
still
defending
nothing at
freedom. Together we can build
think
a
at
just and lasting
spot.
peace. We support your efforts, Donald.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we're doing well in that effort, but we want to get it done, and we'll see if we can. We want to save. On average, think of it, every week 2,500 people are being killed, mostly soldiers, Russian, Ukrainian soldiers. And if we can save those lives, that would be a very good thing. And so we'll see what we can do. And I think we're getting close, but we'll let you know very soon. And you've been very helpful. I appreciate it. Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. President, on Russia, Mr. President, how much longer does Vladimir Putin have to respond to your ceasefire proposal before you put secondary tariffs or sanctions on Russia?
We'll see what that will be. We're going to be hearing from them this week, very shortly actually, and we'll see. But we want it to stop. We want the death and the killing to stop.
Mr. President, on Jerome Powell, you said that the termination of Jerome Powell cannot come fast enough. He says he won't leave it even if you ask him to.
Oh, he'll leave. If I ask him to, he'll be out of there. But
Do you believe
I
you
don't,
have
I
the
don't think
talent
he's.
for movement
I don't think
and are
he.
trying to do that?
I don't think he's doing the job. He's too late. Always too late. A little slow, and I'm not happy with him. I let him know it, and if I want him out, he'll be out of there real fast. Believe me. Yeah, go ahead, please. Question.
Are you trying to remove him, Mr. President?
Did they say something bearish?
Yesterday, Judge Boasberg, in a case against your administration, said the Constitution does not tolerate willful disobedience of judicial orders. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, you're going to have to speak to the lawyers. We have great lawyers. I can tell you this, we're doing a fantastic job of getting criminals out of this country who Biden allowed into the country. Hundreds of thousands of criminals, murderers and drug dealers. And I was elected because of the fact, I would say maybe that was the #1 fact for a lot of reasons, the economy, a lot of things. But one of the primary reasons I was elected is because I said, I'm going to get the criminals that he allowed to come into our country so stupidly through open borders. I'm going to get them out. And I got a lot of votes, record-setting numbers of votes, as you know. We won everything. The popular vote, all 7 swing states, we won everything. And that's what the public wanted, and that's what I'm doing. But you have to speak to the lawyers because it's up to them.
Mr. President, what do you think of the proposal from France?
Say it.
What do you think of the proposal from France and UK of a peace mission in Ukraine with soldiers? And do you think that Italy should take part into it?
Well, I think Italy will have to make that determination, but peace missions are always good with me. I'm okay with peace missions. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, have you discussed what areas of cooperation have you discussed with the Prime Minister vis-a-vis Italy and the United States and Europe and the United States? And on China?
We discussed it very briefly. No, we're doing very well with negotiations, I think, with all countries.
Do you have a
And
timing?
Scott could tell you a little bit, but we are doing very well. We have a lot of countries that want to make a deal. Frankly, they want to make deals more than I do. Go ahead, Scott. Would you say something, please?
Yeah, we've got a process in place. We're working on the big 15 economies first. We had a fantastic meeting with Japan yesterday. I believe they've been called with the EU already. And then we have South Korea coming in next week. And I believe India is also talking, that's moving very quickly.
Go ahead.
Ukraine's President Zelensky has said he has evidence that China is supplying weaponry or ammunition to Russia. Do you have any evidence along those lines? And also, he said we could see a minerals deal signed this week. Is that?
Well, we have a minerals deal, which I guess is going to be signed on Thursday, Scott, next Thursday, soon. And I assume they're going to live up to the deal, so we'll see. But we have a deal on that. No, I have no comment on that. I have no idea. That's his statement, not mine.
Mr. President, there were reports that you waved off an Israeli attack on Iranian nuclear facilities. Can you comment on that? Is that accurate?
And they say the attack is what?
That you waved off an Israeli plan to attack Iranian nuclear facilities.
I wouldn't say waved off. I'm not in a rush to do it because I think that Iran has a chance to have a great country and to live happily without death. And I'd like to see that. That's my first option.
What's this for?
If
We
there's
had
a
a
second
meeting
option,
with
I
the
think it would be
Prime
very bad for
Minister
Iran.
of Italy.
And I think Iran is wanting to talk. I
And
hope they
then
want
now,
to talk.
now,
It's gonna
now
be
we're
very
in
good for
the
them if they do. And I'd
Q&A.
like to see Iran thrive in the future, do fantastically well. I know the Iranian people; they're incredible people. Always have been very smart, very energetic, very successful people. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt anybody. I really don't. But Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's pretty simple. It's really simple. We're not looking to take their industry. We're not looking to take their land. All we're saying is you can't have a nuclear weapon. The deal that was made with Obama, and that deal would have expired already. It was a terrible deal. It would have expired, and that gave them a clear path to a nuclear weapon. I wouldn't have accepted. That's why I terminated the deal. Number one, it was way too short. When countries are involved, you don't make short-term deals. These are countries with long lives. And I terminated that, and it was a great termination because it didn't allow us to do anything. Once it terminated, you know what the deal was. It was a terrible deal. Really, one of many terrible deals made by the U.S. But no, I'd like to see Iran thrive, and they can do that, I think, very easily, or they can do it the other way, and the other way is not going to be good for them. It's going to be really bad for them. Well, Jensen's an amazing guy. He's become a friend of mine, and I don't know, he's a person that's very proud of our country. He loves our country. I'm not worried about Jensen at all.
Mr. President, before hold you in contempt, will you take steps to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia to the United States and put him in front of a judge?
Well, I'm not involved in it. I'm going to respond by saying you'll have to speak to the lawyers, the DOJ. I've heard many things about him, and we'll have to find out what the truth is. But I will say this, we were inundated by millions of people, many millions of people during the Biden administration. They say 21 million. And a big percentage of those are criminals, serious criminals. I'm not saying just criminals because they came into the border illegally. I'm saying they're criminals at the highest level, murderers. Many of those people murdered more than one person, and they're on the loose. And I was elected to get rid of those criminals, to get them out of our country, or to put them away, but to get them out of our country. And I don't see how judges can take that authority away from a president. We've done an amazing job. Tom Holman, Kristi Noem, we have done an amazing job. Nobody can believe the job we've done. Far greater than what I said. I mean, I got elected on that, but we've done much better. We have right now 99% border. It's a 99%. Nobody thought that would even be, nobody's coming through our border practically. 2 weeks ago, we had 9 people come through, all for medical reasons. We allowed them. We brought them through.
It's called the Supreme
One
Court.
had a heart attack, one had something else. And, all for
valid.
medical reasons. We have a great border. We had a great border 4 years ago, but we have a border now that's even tighter, and we did that in a matter of weeks. And no, we have to. We need to get murderers and drug dealers and people that were in jail for horrible. They released jails, Georgia, from all over the world. They released them, not just South America, all over the world, the Congo and Africa. Many, many people come from the Congo. I don't know what that is, but came from the Congo, and all over the world they came in, opened their jails, Venezuela, practically all of their prisoners released into our country. And we took them because we had an incompetent administration called the Biden administration. And to think what they've done to our country. And I was elected to straighten that out, and I'm doing that. But we have activist judges that don't want murderers to be sent out of our country. They don't want killers and drug dealers and drug lords and people from mental institutions. They want them to stay in our country, I guess. I don't know, maybe that's the liberal way, or as they call it nowadays, the progressive way. But I don't think it's the way that our country believes, and that's why I won in a landslide.
Mr. President, back on trade, Mr. President, you did say that you are confident these deals will be done, but you also said that you're in no rush. Americans are seeing prices rise. They're seeing it on their bills. How long can they expect that pain to last?
So they've already seen it get much better, because if you were truthful, which you're not, you know, I know you very well, you have gasoline that hit $1.98 yesterday in a couple of states. You have gasoline's way down. The price of oil has dropped substantially. The price of groceries are substantially down. The price of eggs, you know, when I came in, they hit me with eggs. I just got there. I was here for 1 week, and they started screaming at me, eggs have gone through the roof. I said, I just got here. I was there for 7 days, and I hear that eggs have gone through the roof before I got there. And they were screaming at me, the press, the fake news, like you're fake. And the fake news is screaming at me, like, about eggs. I said, I've only been here, this is my
Where is
7th
gas
day.
$1.98?
They were
I have no
right. They went
idea.
up 87%, and you couldn't get them. They said, you won't have eggs for Easter, which is coming up. Happy Easter, everybody. You won't have eggs for Easter. And we did an unbelievable job, and now eggs are all over the place, and the price
Penguin
went up
Island.
92%. And our Commissioner of Agriculture, Brooke, has done a fantastic job. Did really done a fantastic job. So prices haven't gone up. The only thing that's gone up actually is interest rates, because we have a Federal Reserve Chairman that is playing politics.
There we go.
Somebody that I've never been very fond of, actually. But he's playing politics. Interest rates should be down now. They should be coming down. In Europe, as you know, they reduced them, I guess 7 times. It looks like they're going to reduce them again and again and again. But our guy wants to play cute. But interest rates are pretty much even. Maybe they went up just a slight bit, but that's the only thing. But that's because of the Federal Reserve, because they're not very smart people.
Never, motherfucker. You appointed him?
Go ahead, yes, sir, please. Go ahead,
Do you
please.
regret nominating him, Jerome Powell?
Look, in the first 4 years, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. Stock market went up 88 points. I think he's terrible, but I can't complain because we had the most successful administration economically in the history of our country. I think we're going to do even better this time.
Did we?
Because you will see that the numbers that we're taking in are astronomical.
I don't even know what the
We're
fuck he's
taking
saying. What does he mean,
tremendous
88
amounts of money
points?
with the tariffs. We were treated very unfairly on trade, and
That's power hour.
having a hard time getting used to the fact that they can't do that to us anymore because we have a real president. We have a president that understands what it's all about. We had presidents that, in some cases, were smart, but they didn't understand business, or they didn't like business, or, you know, it wasn't like a priority. And then you had, like, the last administration, the only thing they were good at was cheating in elections. That's about all they could do. They couldn't do anything. They were useless. They were incompetent. Worst administration in the history of our country. Worse than Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter died a happy man. You know why? Because he wasn't the worst president. Joe Biden was. So I think you're going to see some fantastic numbers when this all happens. It's happening now. I mean, everybody wants to make a deal. And if they don't want to make a deal, we'll make the deal for them.
He's just
Because
gonna
that's what's
spend the
going to
next
happen.
4 years really fucking angry
This
at
is what it
Biden.
is. But we want to listen to everybody, and I think I can say for Scott and the other people that are working on it that we're listening, and we're going to be very fair to people. But you know, we're the one that really sets the deal, and that's what we'll be doing. Okay.
Why is he so angry? He's a bit of a narcissist.
Today, our Prime Minister.
Oh, you have a great prime minister.
He
You're
wants
so lucky.
vengeance.
Italiano.
Yes, that's
Okay.
I'm not sure they do agree.
Trump truly believes he's being wrongfully accused.
Presidente Trump ha considerato responsabile Zelensky della guerra in Ucraina e poi
A little bit of a narcissist. Petty, yeah.
Non abbiamo parlato di limiti massimi a cui può arrivare l'Italia, abbiamo parlato del fatto che l'Italia sta...
Was that it?
Ma non abbiamo parlato poi di quanto va aumentata questa percentuale, anche se siamo ovviamente consapevoli che insomma, il tema della difesa sia un tema particolarmente importante di questo tempo. Per quello che riguarda la guerra in Ucraina, lei sa come la penso che ci sia chiaramente diciamo ci sia stata un'invasione e che l'invasore da quel punto di vista fosse Putin e la Russia, ma non è questo che diciamo oggi quello che rivela il fatto che insieme vogliamo...
Is the Starlink being hacked? No, they gave them the password. This is the worst episode of the Today Show ever.
No, I mean, it sounded great.
It was about...
It was beautifully presented. But
Head and shoulders?
maybe I could hear what you said. Go ahead.
It was about asking.
Guys,
Hold it, hold it.
have some respect, please.
Thank you. No, wait. I want to hear what you said. Go ahead.
Prime Minister Meloni was asked what she thinks about the fact that President Trump holds Zelensky responsible for the war in Ukraine. And Prime Minister Meloni answered, well, actually, we have and also...
Why is JD Vance always trying to enforce manners in the White House? Does he just walk around like, hey, chew with your mouth closed? Say thank you. Have some respect. For who?
And then we will see, because we are absolutely aware of the
It's a typical person who's never gotten any respect in their life because they've never earned any.
Wait. I will do that. They've been asking if we raise...
Constantly demanding they receive it.
...percentage about the defense spendings, and I said, yes, NATO.
Put a rubber on if you're going to bork that couch.
It was already decided. We didn't speak about a specific other percentage, but we are aware of the fact that defense is important for the future, and we see what also the work that we are trying to do at the European level.
And I don't hold Zelensky responsible,
No.
but I'm not exactly thrilled
Did she
with the
just
fact
nod
that
yes you do at
It
him?
was a war that would have never started if I were president. You'd have millions of people living right now that are dead. You'd have cities that would be open and thriving, and they'd have their beautiful turrets. Those turrets are the most beautiful in the world, but they're not with us any longer. They're smashed to smithereens, laying on the ground in a million pieces, getting hit by rockets, bombs, and bullets.
Spires, not
So I'm not
turrets.
happy with him.
They're flat now. It doesn't
I'm not happy
matter.
with
It's all
anybody
flat.
involved. I think it's a war. I know it's a war. It didn't happen for 4 years. It was never close to happening. It was never even a thought. And I spoke to President Putin about it a lot. It was the apple of his eye, but there's no way he would have ever gone in if I were president. Now I'm trying to get him to stop.
Why don't you get him out
Because,
then?
As you know, Russia's a lot bigger. It's a bigger military force.
No, it's not.
And if you're smart, you don't go involved and get involved in wars that you can blame the man that was sitting in this seat. Biden, he didn't know what the hell was going on, but I can guarantee you that, and everybody agrees to it, if I were president, that war would have never taken place. I'm not blaming him, but what I am saying is that I wouldn't say he's done the greatest job, okay? I'm not a big fan. I really am. I'm not a big fan.
Russia's like 29 goat farmers, 12 potatoes. Yeah, but also 50,000 1962 tanks.
Go ahead.
Avete discusso di Cina e della
I'm not blaming him, but it's his fault.
Would you say again that European
Have you said that?
How dare he provoked Russia into...
Have you seen it? No.
Is this like the, you know what this sounds like? It's like that same... It's like that same shit you hear from people when like girls get sexually assaulted and they're like, well, you know, they were wearing those clothes, they were asking for it.
Just said we want to make Europe great again.
Fucking Christ.
The West, yeah.
Did you? I guess that's what she said, Mr. Prime Minister.
Zelensky had a short skirt. Yeah. He was showing too much cleavage on becoming of his station. I fucking hate this timeline.
I hope that Europe is going to be great again. Europe is going through a lot of problems, and a lot of it's having to do with immigration. And I'm not a big fan of Europe and what they've done with immigration at all. And I think
Zelensky could have worn sweatpants outside like a modest person. I mean, not gray ones.
By what they've done with immigration. Now, I'll say this, that the Prime Minister has taken a very tough stand on immigration. And I commented to her before. I said, I wish more people would be like you having to do with that subject, but they're
You
not.
need to chill out. The market loves
Europe
this.
is very important
Does
to
it?
me. Europe is very important to the world. I want Europe
The
to do
next
very well.
$5
I think
in
we have to
calls
get a lot
love it.
Smarter on immigration.
But we are
But now the
beginning
next
to-
$20 in
You
calls.
will see now the policies of the European Union in the last, let's say, 2.5 years have been changing. Okay, at the beginning we were talking only about how we were redistributing illegal migrants coming to Italy. Now we are talking mainly about how to stop illegal migration, work with the countries of origin and transit, and to return people. The European Commission just did the new rules about repatriations and things like that. So things are changing, thanks also to the example that Italy brought in lowering the rates of illegal migration. So we are working now together. So I'm optimistic on that.
Good. I hope so. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I would like to ask President Meloni if you have discussed the option of starting deal with Italy on satellite communications, and President Trump, if you want to see the Google company growing up.
The Google what?
The Google company.
What about
the
it?
Google business.
Yeah.
You want to see it growing up. Separate.
Go ahead, please.
Oh, well, we didn't discuss about Starlink. We've been discussing about defense space, where we will work together also in the Mars missions. So there are big things to do together, but we didn't discuss.
Who the fuck gives a fuck about Mars? Why don't they just have like numbered turns? Why do they have to just like scream a bunch of shit and then one of them gets picked?
Trillions of dollars, trillions on trade. And now that whole tide has turned. We're making a lot of money. We're taking in a lot of money. Don't forget, we're taking in 25% on cars.
We need the rare Mars.
25% on aluminum, 10% baseline. We put penalties on China for sending us fentanyl. We put penalties on Mexico and Canada, 25% for allowing fentanyl and allowing the borders to be weak. No, we're taking in billions and billions of dollars while I sit here and talk to you.
Because I know that.
And we didn't take in anything before, other than the tariffs that I put on previous to Biden, which were the tariffs I put on China, where we took in, up until this point, probably $700 billion. They were Trump tariffs. He tried to weaken them. He did everything he could. You know, he got paid money by China, right? The family got paid money, he did. And so I don't know, maybe that was the reason, or maybe it wasn't, but he tried to weaken them, but he couldn't, because there was so much money that his budgets, you know, they couldn't stand not doing it. But I took in the, up till this point, my tariffs on China. Nobody ever took in 10 cents from China. No other president took in 10 cents. I took in more than $700 billion from China. So we're doing very well. I mean, our country's doing very well. They had a bad report today from one of the healthcare companies that had an impact on the stock market. But
Thanks,
This is really, we're building a base. We're building a country like no other.
I'm really happy that I'm smarter
Again,
than your
I
friend.
have the strongest economy in the history of our country by far. History of any country, probably, but the history of our country in 4 years.
It's a wild accusation.
this has
Yeah,
changed
there's
the
just
game.
no proof or anything. Just say shit.
Can you just clarify on the mineral deal? Will that be signed here at the White House with Ukraine on Thursday? Will President Zelensky be coming here for that?
I don't know exactly. I'm going to leave that to Scott. What do you think? Where would it be signed and when?
Yeah, we're still working on the details. We're shooting for around April 26th.
Is there any more detail that you could tell us about what's in that deal and how it came together?
It's substantially what we.
Basat looks really comfortable. Like, is he sitting on the part of the couch that JD fucked?
A memorandum of understanding. We went straight to the big deal, and I think it's an 80-page agreement, and that's what will be signed.
President Trump, on rate cuts, can you clarify on rate cuts, do you intend to seek Powell's firing if he doesn't change his stance on rate cuts? Or is that on the table, or is that?
Well, I think he should do the rate cuts because I think. If
Do you
Europe
identify
is
as
done,
mostly
it puts us at a
Italian? I'm
disadvantage
half
here.
Italian, half
He
Irish.
plays right into their hands. So I think he should do the rate cuts. We don't have really inflation now.
Maybe that's where my
Just
dislike of
said
tyrannical
major things are
assholes
going
comes
down.
from.
Oil is great. Oil is way ahead of schedule. And that's because of our policies. But oil is down into the
Half-hot buns.
$60, $65
Dork.
range now per
Not in front of
barrel.
the chat.
And I told you, in certain states, we have less than $2 for gasoline. And food is down. Groceries, as we call it, are down. Other than interest rates, everything's down. Interest rates are pretty flat. They're not. It's not that they're up, but we should be better than flat. We should, if he would lower the
Have you
interest
noticed that
rate, I think
JD
it would
wears
have
the same
a
color
good
suit
impact on
and
that
tie
too.
as
But
Trump?
the costs are
I
down.
hadn't actually
We have
paid
very little
attention to
inflation.
it,
I would
but
say we have essentially no
I mean,
inflation. Hard to have inflation when oil goes down, and oil goes down. When Biden came in, oil went through the roof. That's what caused our problem. That and his
that's why. The
very
Secret
dumb
Service
spending.
makes him,
But
yeah.
when the oil prices go down, and they have gone down a lot, we've gotten it down really good. We've opened it up and we've gotten them down. And that means that people driving cars are going to be paying $2 and $2.50 instead of $4.50. And, you know, even at the end, they
The
tried,
rules don't
they tried
apply to
just
me,
for the
Bob.
purpose of the election to get it down. But they had really lost that sucker. That was really, it was not good. But if they had won, oil right now would be at $7 or $8 because of their policy. And we're going to be at about $2, could be even a little bit less than that. And you're starting to see it. So I don't know how you can have inflation when oil has come down quite a bit. And
Has anybody looked at the strategic oil reserve? Is
I would
Trump
say
just
the Fed
dumping
really
it?
owes it to the American people to get interest rates down. That's the only thing he's good for, and he would have an effect on that if he lowered them. And I think at some point he will. He's going to have a lot of political pressure. You know, they are.
There's plenty left to
political
dump.
also, and I think there's a lot of political pressure for him to lower interest rates. Yeah.
Yeah, at least he sold at the top.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Please.
Do you think that Italy can be your best ally in Europe? And also, do you ever notice when you walk, if you step on hands?
Only if the prime minister remains the prime minister can it be our best. She's doing a great job, and yeah, certainly one of our great allies, not just in Europe, anywhere. She's a fantastic person and doing a great job, and our relationship is great. And we have a lot of Italians in this country, I tell you, and they like Trump, and they voted for Trump. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody.
Alright, that's over. Hold on. No, it's pretty flat. 2,000 barrel range over the last 4 months. No change. Hmm. Interesting. Tank this market. We still have some calls right here. Out to like 53.35. Not sure we can push up into them or not, but they're there. 25's resistance. Kind of already acted as resistance in the first test. Doesn't Trump have to refill the SPR? At some point. We don't need, I mean, we have 400,000 barrels in it. We don't need to refill it. Sounds like the meeting didn't amount to much. No, it was mostly bullshit. The market still freaks out every time, though. It was a decent entry when we bounced back above the gamma flip. But the price action's choppy. If you're getting spooked out, you're not going to make money today. You have to at least follow the trend. We might be running into some resistance here. If JP calls for an emergency press conference, I'm emptying my bank account and putting everything on puts. Yeah, it's pretty far out of the money. Well, it might just be wrong. Interesting. Those are very... We run out of gamma to the upside around 53.70. Can they pump this that hard? No one wants to hold this over the long weekend. They could. There's not a lot of positioning right now, but potentially, I guess. Yeah. There's a lot of positioning between here and 50, but just not much above 50. So like 60, 70 would be very difficult. There are some more calls coming in with the breakout above 25. Did you say 5370? It's possible. But it's far more likely we see like profit taking or bears move in before then. Remember, still very negative on the gamma and delta side of things, so pushing out to those upside price targets is very hard. Right now there's like a lot of puts being bought at 30, 25, and 20. 25, 20, and 15. There's some profit taking on like the 15 and 20 calls. There's a bunch of profit taking on the 30 call. Looks like some of the out of the money shit's getting sold off too. So I don't know who's gonna win out here, profit taking or bears. If there's too much profit taking and we fail the puts again, it's probably really bad. Consolidation's bearish. Yeah. Pretty good wedge right there. Ooh. Bunch more puts coming in. 300, 52.95, 52.90. Bob puts 20.41. But also some bot calls coming in. Both. Curious. Yes, failed 53.50. It's weird that the delta flips so far out of the money. Gamma falls off really sharply between like spot all the way down to like the low 5200s. Like 5260. So losing 5300 again would probably be pretty bearish. Less support at 90 now. Most of the bot calls there from earlier have already taken profits. Yeah, I know where it is. I don't think it's wrong either. It's just different. Just... Todd's trying to juice junk again. It's a failure of the trend on the 1 minute, but not the 5 minute yet. Getting close though. ES caught a bounce on trend. Calls are falling off. Somebody sold or closed a shitload of the 280, 275 put. This might have been from Friday. Like 700 of each. Yeah, 20's the support that needs to be lost here. But this bounce might not be as strong. Looks like a lot of the out of the money call positioning kind of fell off on the rejection. So you might get like maybe a lower high here. Or maybe they just wanted to shake the puts off. Can you explain what speed is? And the difference between big chunks of negative speed versus positive speed? Is that affects delta? If so, in what way? Well, speed is like a derivative of gamma. So it's a third derivative. Third order derivative. It's the change in gamma with respect to price. So the more speed there is, the faster gamma changes relative to moneyness. So it affects delta, but not directly. So if you have a lot of speed at spot, moves in the underlying are going to increase gamma rapidly, which makes delta more reactive to changes in price. And the opposite way, gamma would collapse and delta would become less sensitive to price movements. What mean? Lower high, head and shoulders. Another one. The last one broke up. This one might not. More important here would be a lower low. Need to lose 20. It's not VWAP. That line is not VWAP. It's not yellow. It's like mustard. No, it's not blue. It's like orangish, like umber or something. I don't know. More of a Dijon. It's also not MACD. I mean, it literally just doesn't. It's not even doing the thing it's supposed to be doing. Hey, you be nice. It kind of does. We need to fix it. But to everybody here, it's meaningless. Like, not only do they not know what it means, the thing it's supposed to mean isn't even right. So this is absolutely brutal to try and trade. Is it? Yes. It's a Friday on a short week. I don't know what you guys want. We got like multiple $50 moves. Your stops are probably too tight for the volatility, or you're getting bad entries. When I define a support or a resistance, it's generally a better entry. But I got a 50 wide strangle. Godspeed. Better hope Monday's exciting. Xi comes to the White House and poops in Trump's morning oatmeal. Nah, 0 GT. Oh, Jesus Christ. You don't have to pay Kenny for his services. TF is sus. I don't know if it means anything. It's getting closer to spot. That might mean something. Yeah, I don't know how Japan inflation will be reacted to. The carry trade is getting bashed the last couple of days. So I'm wondering if they're just trying to get out ahead of Japanese inflation being high. It's still pretty low. It's at like 804 right now. And earlier this week it was still up at like 820. Short end leverage is picking up, and forward yield on vol is falling off pretty hard. Which might mean that Poopy's TLT short is fucked, but other than that, I thought Poopy was long TLT. He is. Yeah, he's long TLT, short gold. It doesn't matter. Trades facts. If they lever up the carry, yields are going to rise. The most epic pair trade ever made. Just both betting on the same thing. He's so fucking bullish on the dollar. Whose farts? What the fuck is the opposite of... What is the singular of binary? Unary? It's a unary trade. Singlet? Urinary? I'd just call it diversified bullishness on the dollar. Alright. What if they can't lever up the carry trade? Everything goes boom. How many more foots does it take for the SGX to drop $100? A lot more than there are currently. Which is fucking almost none. I will say that they're starting to close the short leg, the short puts at 5,300, which could be a good sign for the downside. Vol kind of starts to turn up under 20 a little bit. Still haven't failed 20 yet, though. You're 100% person or just 80%? Yes. Hertz was on Pickles picks? No, it wasn't. But we spent like me and Dork spent like an hour gooning over out of the money options on it on the weekend stream one day, a couple weeks ago. Like weird offset synthetic longs for 2026. Which, by the way, Dork, I've given Dork so many sick secret trades. And he's still poor. I can't figure it out. Did you even say thank you? Yeah. It only needs 40k of portfolio margin, bro. What are you talking about? The sold puts were at like $2. Like a couple $100. No, they were at $5. That's right, they were in the money. So $500. You're a couple $100, dick. God, we need to pay Doric. Nope, there was a shooting at Florida State University. 6 injured, 1 critically. Man arrested. Hey, there we go. It happened. See? Just that candle. Yeah. No, it'll probably keep going. I wonder if the bulls can physically feel the pull of the delta at 5310. Reaching up, clawing them back towards it. This vape giving me body aches. Weird. What's in it? Crack? Flu? Trump has privately discussed firing Fed's Powell, sources cited by Wall Street Journal said. Basant told him not to do it, though. It's going to be okay. President Trump has for months privately discussed firing Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, according to people familiar with the matter, but he hasn't made a final decision about whether to try to oust him before his term ends next year. In meetings at the president's private Florida club, Mar-a-Lago, Trump has spoken with Kevin Warsh, a former Fed governor, about potentially firing Powell before his term ends and possibly selecting Warsh to be his replacement. Not possible. Warsh has advised against firing Powell and has argued that he should let the Fed chair complete his term without interference. According to the people, the conversations with Warsh carried into February, while others close to the president have spoken to Trump about firing Powell as recently as March, the people said. Not permitted under law. Nope, that's not. At the meeting of the Oval Office on Thursday, Trump expressed confidence that he has the authority to oust Powell. If I want him out, he'll be out of there real fast, believe me. God, why isn't he like a more convincing liar? Oh, God. The president adds he's not happy with Powell and accused him of playing politics with interest rates. Any effort by Trump to fire Powell would almost certainly end up before the Supreme Court. If it could leave a cloud of scrutiny over Powell's ultimate replacement, and any prospect that the Fed chair could be sacked over a policy dispute would likely tank financial markets. The White House declined to comment. Warsh didn't respond to requests for comment. Trump advisors don't agree themselves how far the president should go. It remains unclear if the president will move to fire Powell. Inside the White House, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has consistently pushed back against Trump advisors who want to replace Powell, arguing that doing so would provide little benefit relative to the high potential cost. This week, he referred to the Fed's independence on monetary policy as a jewel box that the U.S. should never compromise. He is correct. Bessent said the White House should begin interviewing candidates for Fed chair this fall, around 6 months before Powell's term ends. For his part, several people who have spoken to Warsh in the past year said that Warsh gave the impression that the Fed job had all but been offered to him once Powell's term expires. You have to be an acting you have to be an acting president of the Federal Reserve to be moved to the chair position. Is Warsh a Fed president now, right? Little bounce off 05. There's some support there. 10. I don't want to read the rest. It's like a really long article. It's trying to get some bot puts out of the money, further out of the money. Down at like 52.70. Those might be short puts closing, though, from earlier. No calls getting bought here. Your advice would be patient today. Save my port. Thanks again. You got it, dude. Happy to help. Is Warsh guy a permaball? I don't know how anybody can be more fucking dovish than JPow, but I'm sure they can find someone. I'm convinced that JPow has been the bottom rung on the fucking dot plot this entire time. Your advice to be patient fell on deaf ears. Down one port. Say what you want about the man, but he's prevented us from crashing. True. Which vape do you have? It's like a Vaporesso something. I don't know what the fuck it's called. Gen PT80S. With 0.6 ohm coils, and the juice is 80% VG, 20% PG. With 5 milligrams of nicotine per 30-ounce bottle, or 30 milliliter bottle. Do you have a nickel allergy, Gorilla Mode? If you buy disposable vapes from China and you're allergic to nickel, a lot of times they'll use nickel in the coils because it's cheap. And inhaling aerosolized nickel is very bad. I don't want an RDA. It's ridiculous. Too much work. Did you ever smoke cigarettes? Yeah, from like 15 till I was like 30. The guy I buy it from makes it, so he makes it with good shit too. So it's pretty good. I thought you were only 27. How would I have the amount of experience I have and then be 27? I wish. I'd be richer if I had it all to do over again. No, I was 16, not 15. Well, I turned 16. You look 24. I don't go outside. We're gonna lose Gamma Flip? Maybe. We bounced off it on the first test. Testing it again is definitely not bullish. Looks like distribution with a bounce on the back end, so probably a failure. You didn't have 15 years options trading experience at 27? No. Is a soft landing possible? I would have thought what we've already had wasn't soft. Shockingly, the market's still trading at like a PE of 30 something. So there's like 50% more downside just to hit the long run average. Big ass bubble. If I buy Pickles picks, can I just retire? I don't know. Ask other people. I haven't done individual equities in a while because the market sucked, which was a very good choice given the current conditions. Nice, quick name. Hold up, Sheezy. Which Pickles picks have not gone up? That's a very short list. How dare you? I pick stocks better than fucking Buffett. Or at least for the last 3 years I have. I'm talking about like the long-term stuff, not fucking options plays. Zero DT 5275 is gonna prompt. Possible. 95 is probably the next sort of support here. Puts are filling into the downside too. Like shit's starting to look kind of bad out to like 5250. A little bit. I would say 90, 95 could be a little bit of support though. So we might get some chop around here. I used to love the good old days of trading cat between 170 and 225. It was a good time. Last time I checked, Pickles Picks is over 70% success rate. Is that like options plays and long-term picks? I know we went back and like checked all the long-term picks at one point and it was like in the mid 90%. Yeah, I think it was like the mid 90s. I think there was one long-term pick that didn't go up like 30 plus or more percent. AQN and UGI are tanks. UGI has been a beast. I haven't done a lot of them I haven't done them in a long time because the market conditions don't favor going long equities right now. But generally I'll outline my thesis, why I think the stock is mispriced, and what price I think it will go to. All the ones I register options and long. Oh, okay. Nice. I didn't know any. That's awesome. Thanks for keeping track. That's pretty fucking good. Jesus Christ, I'm amazing. I'm up on BTU, Dole, Fubo, AQN, Upstart, T, UGI, AMKBY, SSSS, and the firm. Nice. I wish more people had bought gold. Fuck you. Fuck you, Bob. Announces Kid Rock to Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. At what price is Nvidia a buy and holds? Well, I still have $60 puts on it, so that should tell you what I think it should be worth. I've taken some profits on those. It'll have a hard time going under 100. They're going to have some bad earnings. Or at least going under 100 and staying under 100. It's still too much of like a fan favorite. Is Fubo still a buy? Are you going to sell options on it? Because you have to. There's going to be liquidation at some point on it. And it really just depends on their performance. BTK, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Probably not worth it then. Maybe once their revenues start to improve. I don't own Euro anymore. PAX makes sense. PAX you gotta fucking wait out all the tariff shit. I'm a little unhappy about that. Although it did have a pop that was back above my cost basis, so I ended up just keeping it. I figure worst case the dividend pays my shares off over time. Revlon wasn't a pickles. I mean, Revlon wasn't really a pickles pick. I just degened on it at market open one day. Based on a 2-hour conversation the night before. Still holding BNED? I mean, I don't think you're down. But you definitely should have sold when it was up 700%. I didn't play Newsmax, but I played WeBull. I bought WeBull when it was at like 15. I don't have it anymore. I usually don't buy IPOs, but I was like, oh man, I use WeBull, and it's probably worth as much as Robinhood. And so I bought some, and then it ended up being worth more than Robinhood for a minute. I should have bought more. I didn't buy a lot. Pretty literally a minute, yeah. The Robinhood UI fucking sucks. BNet got up 700% after getting slammed from $1 to 20 cents, though. Yeah, I know. That's when I told everybody it was the secret stock, and that it was super fucking awesome. And then it went up 700%. I was all over that shit. I even outlined how the split was going to squeeze the shorts off it. Which it did. Then Superstock got involved and you sold. I mean, I also just sold because it was up 700%. It seemed like a very valid reason to get out. Good new secret stock. Hertz just went apeshit. That was like a weekend stream thing. Also the fucking Blue Hat. Blue Hat had a crazy run. I usually don't put those, like, that kind of shit in Pickles picks. I think it's better to ask what hasn't popped. Oh, there was that one fucking, fucking, the retailer that I thought was gonna actually do something, and then they ended up just fucking blowing through all the money they got and not turning anything around. No, Macy's did great. No, Nordstrom's was good. Express, yeah, that was it. Express looked really promising. That was fucked. GoEV was never supposed to be a long position. It was just put selling. And the put selling on it worked out fantastically. I don't know what the fuck you guys were doing. You're supposed to close them when they're profitable, not hold them to expiration. It was like a 30% yield. It was great. No, I wasn't trying to lock the float. The company doesn't even make cars. It was very clear. They're a car company that doesn't make cars. They made promotional materials. Yeah, and used their investors' money to pay for a lot of private jets. I thought it was a camping company. Why would I ever go long on camping? It's like you don't even know me, man. I lost 15K on Revlon. I made and lost 100K on Revlon. I know how you feel. I guess it wasn't I sold it after it got delisted, but it was like lost like 95K. What the fuck is BBB? BBY? How did you lose money on BBY? It went from $4 to $30. I got out after fucking Cohen sold, and I still got out at like 17. Did you listen to that one idiot that told everybody it wasn't going to go out of business? I was the guy who bought long calls on GoEV. They're sitting in my account. Rough. Bobby was good. Yeah. I think a lot of people get greedy when that happens. Like, I get bullish on something, it goes up like 200, 300%, and then they're like, this is just going to keep going. Because the potential is there, but the likelihood of that being realized is always extraordinarily small, and then nobody takes profits. They just hold until it's fucking worthless again. It's Jimmy's fault? Because Jimmy gave you 5,000 chances to get out and you didn't take any of them? Confession time? I made 10K on both Upstart and Bobby, each back in those days. Maybe a low-key pickle cult member. Stop sharing my trading strategy. I took profits on Hertz today. Not max gains, but I learned how to appreciate 500%. Nice, man. One second.
Is this thing still on? Put their pickle in my jar. Skibidi 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 5.
I'm glad we didn't bounce. Did not close my fucking puts. Family drama is real. Fucking telling me. Welcome to end of day. Yeah. I'm here for it. What, 80, 75? Dump. It's not called Gherk like. You like kids? No. Not at all. The worst part about it is, like, my nephew doesn't have, like, his dad's not around. And so since he's like 2, he calls me daddy. I shit you not. And so when I go places where people know that that's my sister, then he calls me daddy, and I have to deal with that. We call you daddy too. It's different. No, I didn't bang my sister. Oh my god. He calls you dad like us? Yes. Ooh. There we go. J-Pod gonna make it through the weekend? Have a best week of the year. Thank you for all you do. Happy Easter, Dad. Really? This was such a shitty week. I mean, congratulations, man. That's awesome. That's hysterical, though. It's not funny at all. Would you be alright if we called you daddy in public, too? No. Nope, I would prefer that didn't happen either. Show them how to trade options. I wouldn't do that to someone I liked. Only me without pants. You're in the will, Dork. I'm not going to tell you what's there, but you're in it. Remember when I said we were going to jump to 75? I come back to the stream, and the first thing I hear is we can call you daddy in public, generally speaking. I can't stop you. You have the right to free speech. I swear to God, if you bequeath a bunch of old teaspoons to me, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Dork, nobody has ever motivated me to leave behind the world's greatest puzzle more than you. Teach him young, no cartoon stuff. Put him in front of colorful charts and options chains for 8 hours a day. That sounds like child abuse. To Dork, bequeath my old pile of t-shirts. I was totally gonna fit into those again if I didn't die, I swear. Well, then it would come with some very nice suits. We have the intellectual capacity of children, and you do this to us. No, I don't do this to you. You do it to yourself. What's the burnt sienna line mean? Nothing. Oh, ha. I don't know what it means. Which means you guys definitely don't. I wonder how much money, Dan Hilda made today trading the meaningless indicator. Oh, Dork's on spring break. Dork, I didn't know you were on spring break. You're gonna get so much GÄMMÄSTRYK work done. One of my Pontiff bucket list items is trying on your linen shirts. You better remind me to bring them. What happened? Trump spoke, didn't say anything bullish. Bulls gave up. Are we still long or bullish Hertz? No. Me and Dork had a $7.50 price target. For 275,000% returns. It was a very simple play. Well, the secret is out. Which one? Dork's in high school? How did you Bill Ackman was going to reveal his position? What do you mean? How did I what? I didn't know he was going to buy in. The options chain on Hertz was just stacked to the tits, and it came up on G-Scan, and then me and Dork looked at it, and we were like, man, if this goes up 100% in price in the next year, we can make a shitload of money doing this. We spent like 50 minutes gooning on option strat in the middle of a stream about it. And now we know why it was stacked. Ackman's buddies. Yeah. That's what you really pay for when you buy into a hedge fund. Insider info on when they're gonna move everybody's money into something good. I don't like how you've become conservative and don't post those for Pickles picks. It's not that I've become conservative. It's just that you guys blow up your fucking ports. I'm still a degenerate. But I can afford to be a degenerate. Why are you missing the weekend stream? That means that you're not paying attention while me, JFresh, and Dork bear jerk ourselves off for 2 hours. Which is rude. He wants you to feed him plays. That's what I... One good squeeze, and I'm living the dream. Yeah, exactly. I understand. It may have been missed. But how did you miss the 5 days of everyone talking about it afterwards? It's okay. Some people in the pickle jar want to start a channel where they log all the things I say about stocks during the day so that they don't miss out on those. Are we doing town hall on Easter weekend? Fuck no. We did one last week. We'll do one next week. Also, we weren't getting enough questions at the... Well, actually, the last one was good, but remember we took a week off before it? So maybe the 2-week hiatus is perfect. And then when we switch formats, we can do weekly. God, there's just not enough time in the day to get all the shit done I have to get done. And I only sleep like 4 hours. It's ridiculous. Just go on indefinite hiatus and refer everybody to the docs. Ding ding. Alright. Let's take a look at the end of day here. Very boring fucking day. But important from a technical perspective, so. Fuck. Allergies, god damn it. Alright, so, kind of closed, maybe a little closer to my end of week expectation, but not as close as I would have liked. Felt like right in between the market makers' expected move, and basically flat on the day, slightly up, but we rejected off of the JPM puts, both on the first and second retest of them. I think that is going to matter quite a bit going into next week. Losing this level's fairly significant. Maybe even more significant is that we failed to breach delta neutral, so bulls didn't get their mean reversion into a positive delta environment, and I mean, in the long run, that's really bad. This looks very much like how 2022 began, and if you go back and take a look, I can show you guys what I mean. If we go back here. Take a peek at that's 23. Here we go. Early 2022, we lost delta neutral kind of right off the bat, bounced back, failed it again, right? Most of that year, actually, up until like July, and the July-August run, we stayed under delta neutral. And this was obviously the most bearish part of that market. The drop from August was stupendous, but things just continued to bleed out over the next several months. This is all the way from like Jan out into like July, June. So this is starting to look a lot like that. It's worse though. I mean, obviously our distance below delta neutral is significantly worse. Volatility is much higher than it was back then. And on this failure of delta neutral, on the retest, we didn't even make it back above delta neutral on the weekly. And on this bounce, we didn't make it back above delta neutral on the monthly either. So this is, I mean, being below monthly DN is even more rare. And even back in 2022, we had plenty of moments where we bounced back above DN on the monthly contract. So a failure here, I feel like, is actually quite bad. And I think next week we might be looking, next 2 weeks into the end of the month, maybe we might be looking at new lows. Obviously, we have tech earnings coming up, but with tariffs still in the air, I expect that guidance will be muted or down. And I think the impact of that guidance is likely to see the biggest stocks in the index lose some of their multiples. And that's going to be rough. Multiple contraction is we've talked about it for a long time, but it is upon us. On the future side of things, we have some consolidation a little bit. Obviously, we broke the trend finally after trading flat, but there is some consolidation off of last week's high that still hasn't entirely failed. So I would like to see futures dip below 51.40.25 to confirm, which would also, on the other side of things, or on SPX, would be around like 51.19. So that level's still Very important that April 2024 low. Remember a lot of people were buying into the market during that period, and so we're starting to get back to the cost basis of the people that came in after, Yellen started doing the YCC and J Powell promised all the rate cuts. If you guys remember that like fucking 20% rally, we're starting to hit the lower end of that, and so those positions are going to start to be at risk, or considering getting out, especially given the current conditions not being so positive. Dollar pretty flat on the day. Yields at the top end of the curve moving back up. I think they're probably about done with their dip. We might continue to see yields move up and start to pressure that 10 and 20-year leverage. And remember, the government is very likely to try to react or stabilize things at about, when the 10 years at about 4.5 or the 20 years at about 5 to 5.1. So look out for that, especially because Basant is keeping a very watchful eye on where the yields are at the moment, and trying to keep Trump from doing anything else to destabilize that. I don't know if that'll be successful or not, but that seems to be what he's doing. Oil up 2% today, so a nice move there. Copper up. Precious metals not down too much, but kind of flat with yesterday's massive overperformance. Looks like industrial, agricultural materials kind of mixed. Nothing notable really. Correlation started to turn back around to the downside today, so we did get some more push into the dispersion trade-off of today's low. However, I do think that maybe started to fail a little bit into the end of the day, and you see 3-month correlation starting to flatten out again. Obviously, we want to see correlation break down for the markets to go down, but if the dispersion trade continues to be entered into next week, now that OPEX is passed, we may see bulls start to build up more support here and try to push higher. The carry trade levered back up again today, then kind of flattened out into the end of the day. Forward yield on vol down, but still pretty well below last week's push up in the carry trade that coincided with the rallies. These are like 8.4 to 8.2x last week, and right now we're just at 8 and kind of struggling with that. Japan's inflation print tonight is going to be very important. Because the carry trades are already under a significant amount of pressure. Japan is already expected to cut at the May meeting, and if tonight's inflation print is hot again, that is going to give them the impetus to continue forward with that cut, despite the possible market volatility that it could drive. So I know everybody's going to be busy tonight, but keep an eye out on Japanese inflation. It might be important for next week. Bond vol probably going to continue down, but still well above 100, and maybe alongside the 2-day drop in 3-month correlation that we've seen here. Still not still a decent amount of out of the money put demand that picked up again yesterday, might have picked up again more today, and so that missing delta to the downside following the expiration, where I kind of warned you guys this morning that there wasn't a lot of delta down in like the 250, 275 range, and we probably needed to bounce and consolidate. Well, we spent most of the day doing that. And so, but going into next week, that could mean that there's more delta to the downside, especially after the 3-day weekend. And if that does come in, so keep an eye on skew tonight, see if it drops. Might be significant for gaining some idea of direction come Monday. This was interesting. Correlation between VIX and cash VIX. Did it fall again? Hold on. What the fuck? Oh god, like barely. Okay, so yeah, I mean, this is still not going down in any significant way. So I would say that, the environment is still very heightened. We could see spikes in volatility kind of come out of nowhere. Probably still not going to see VX below 25, 24. in the short term, unless this starts uncoupling quite a bit more. Cash VIX is at 29.86, 3-month VIX at 29.51, and spot VX at 26. So very much in backwardation, and in backwardation out until like the June expiry. So that's kind of significant. A little bit of breath lost yesterday, not too much. About 20% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. We do have earnings coming up, and then following earnings, don't forget that we're going to start to get back the buyback flows, the share buyback flows that have been absent during a lot of this period. Right now and last week, in the worst parts of our drop, we've been in the blackout period for share buybacks of the major tech companies. After their earnings are reported, those blackout periods are over, and so we might get some more positive flows into the market that could stabilize larger moves to the upside. Bear steepener moved up 5.54% today. It's a pretty decent move. I mean, obviously the 10-year climbing significantly faster than the 2-year. But not crazy. It's not a crazy bump. Still kind of within the confines of our prior high. Although I do expect that we will push that a little higher, especially as more and more, it looks more and more like we're headed towards a recession, which some of the morning data pointed out as well. Out here on the SPX daily and the technical side of things, we still lost 5402. I noted that was closing below that on Tuesday was significant. And then obviously that led to the drop we had yesterday. Today's bounce back to 5402. We have a higher low today, which is maybe a positive, but I would say this is still just consolidating. 5119 to the downside is still going to be the level to look out for a downside continuation or a failure of this bounce. To the upside, I would say probably just delta neutral, or maybe the EMA 30 might be significant. But getting back above 5402 would be the most important thing, and then 5696 after that. And that's it. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. I really hope you enjoy your weekends. Have a happy Easter. I will not be here Sunday for the Sunday stream, so be prepared for that. But I will try to cover the things I would talk about on the Sunday stream when I do Pickles Picks. So enjoy your holiday, everybody, and I'll see you next week. Later.